Sandra asked suddenly. If she hadn't been watching his face as she spoke, she would have seen that Chink's eyes had gone. She had told everything, just as it happened. His shirt was wet from her tears as she remembered the pain and brutality of the men. She didn't conceal anything. Just hearing that someone had struck his woman would have been enough to set him off. Sandra was his first and only love. The magnitude of what the men did sent a cold deadliness through him that only the shedding of blood could remove. He knew Tree and his partner on sight, but they didn't know him that well. About it, he knew that they based their nerve on his staying in prison and in time making everybody forget. "I don't think you did nothing wrong, honey," Chink said softly. "The only mistake done was by the people who did this," he said, and kissed the bandages lightly. "I'm glad you feel that way about it," she replied quietly. Sandra glanced up into Chink's face. She saw the wetness on his cheeks and it touched her deeply. Her sorrow was his, and her pain was so close to him that he could almost feel it. "Would you care for some refreshments? I have some cold soft drinks, Daddy." He nodded his head and watched her move gracefully to the basket. She fixed him a drink and a plate of food and set it beside him. When he noticed her about to close the basket, he said, "Don't close it without fixing yourself, Sunday baby. I want you to sure enough eat plenty, because from here on out, you might be busy. I may be coming home this week." Sandra sat down beside him and glanced around the compound. There was a softball field at the rear of the buildings, with trees showing in the distance. There was no fence around the prison grounds. "You'll need a ride," was all she said. There was no question about whether he was wrong or not. If he wanted to come home, it was his decision. He was the man, and she would follow. She felt as if she was lost without him. She needed a man to love and protect her, and this was her man. They ate in silence, each deep in private thoughts. She worried now about Chink because she knew he was planning revenge. The day passed slowly, and though the sun was hot, it was cool and peaceful under the tree. They ate and drank and made plans. Chink talked, and Sandra listened. "That's the main thing, baby. You're gonna have to get rid of that car, because by now they got the license and everything else," Chink said as he lit a cigarette. Sandra got a light off his cigarette and leaned back against the tree. "It's strange," she said, "how someone can do something and upset the plans of others. I wanted to save and have a lot of money for you when you came home. Now this. Life seems to be that way, baby. There's some things a man can accept, and the others he can't," Chink replied quietly. A song drifted from someone's radio. It was "Reach Out For Me" by the Four Tops. The couple listened quietly to the words. Yes, they were reaching out for each other. "As long as the timing is right, there should be no trouble. I'll come out right after count. Give me 10 minutes to reach the highway through the woods." She glanced at her watch. "I won't be late. If I am, you'll know something happened that I couldn't help." "Don't take no there. Don't even worry about the stuff there. Maybe get yours and a few of my clothes, but don't take no chances. Throw us a few things together and get the hell out of here." Chink spoke with emotion. His voice was husky and the worry in it could not be concealed. Sandra nodded her head in agreement. It was a touching moment for the young girl who had never had anyone love her before. To now have someone really care for her was too much for her to hide, and the tears ran down her cheeks unchecked. "What's wrong, baby?" Chink asked, surprised. I didn't mean to say anything that would upset you. It ain't that, Daddy. It's just the knowing that you really care. That you feel this thing as deeply as I do. Chink, baby, I want you to know that there's nothing under the sun that I wouldn't do for you. Do you believe me? For an answer, Chink held her tightly in his arms. Something was flowing between them then. It was a rare feeling that comes to only a few people in a lifetime. They knew that from then on, their lives would be woven together. No matter what hardships life might put in their way, it would be together that they would face them. Later in the afternoon, Jimmy's little boy slipped away from his parents. He wandered over toward the quiet couple. Sandra put out her arms and caught the young boy. "Come here, sweetie," she cooed, and laughed as the little boy grinned and ran into her arms. She kissed him on his cheek and held him up. For a few minutes she played with the child, and then his parents came running over to take him back. "Damn, Chink, I'm sorry about that," Jimmy said as he came over with his wife. "The little guy slipped off while we weren't looking." Chink waved his hand. "Man, that ain't about nothing. I was wondering when you was going to come on over and introduce us to your lady." Jimmy grinned. "Honey," he said, "this is my best friend and bunk partner, Chink. Chink, this is my wife, Shirley." For a moment, Chink was embarrassed. He had never liked making introductions nor meeting women, but he rose to the occasion. He turned and waved toward his lady, Sandra, who was still holding the child. "This is my lady, Sandra. Why don't you and Shirley sit down and join us for a while? Visiting hours will be over soon, so let's have a little set." Fine, Jimmy said. He went back and got his blanket and joined the couple. Shirley and Sandra were busy talking when Jimmy finally settled down. The men talked quietly for a while, as the women played with the small boy. "No car, man, so she has to catch the bus up here. I was wondering, man, if she could get a ride back home. You know, carrying a child and all is a drag on a fucking bus." "Oh man, that ain't no favor. The women have probably settled that matter between them already," Chink said easily. Sandra overheard their conversation. "Yeah, baby, can already make plans for that. Don't worry about it. Jimmy, I got some pie in the basket and cake if you should want some. You can also make yourself at home with whatever food you might want. I don't want to carry that mess back home, so fill your stomach up." "Come on, man," Chink said as he got up. He had noticed that Jimmy's wife hadn't brought a lunch. It would have been too much trouble trying to carry everything on the bus. Jimmy was happy enough that she had shown up. "Shirley," Sandra began, "why don't you fix yourself something to eat too? I brought plenty of this shit along, so make yourself at home. Don't feel funny. I know you ain't had nothing all day." Before Shirley could say no, Sandra added, "At least fix something for the boy." Shirley grinned and got up and fixed a plate. The four young adults sat around and laughed and talked until the end of the visiting period. When the bell rang, none of them wanted to bring the beautiful afternoon to an end. "Damn," Jimmy said sharply. "It seems as if the time just flew by." They sat and watched the other people make their final embrace, pack up, and depart. Slowly, Sandra began to gather up the small bundle so that they too could leave. Chink held her close, kissing her on the neck, while Jimmy hugged his wife. They walked back up the path from the picnic ground, and each man held his woman closely. The little boy trotted to keep up. Chink helped Sandra load the basket in the car trunk. "Well, baby, I guess this is it. We're allowed to make that one phone call home this week, but the guard stands so close that I won't be able to say anything. If it should be called off, I'll tell you that I'll be expecting you up here the next visiting week. If not, then we'll go on with what I planned. Thursday evening will be the day." Chink added quietly, so that no one could overhear what he said. "I understand, honey." Sandra replied just as quietly. Don't worry about a thing. I'll take care of my end. I'm sure you will, baby. Chink answered her quickly. I'm not worried about you taking care of what you're supposed to do. Everything should go like clockwork. Blacks don't generally run away from these camps, so they don't watch us too closely. It will be child's play. He kissed her again, then stood back as Shirley got in the car. Jimmy was holding his child tightly. He kissed the boy on the cheek, then put him in the car. His eyes had a watery glaze about them, but Chink didn't speak of it. He knew what the other man was feeling. Both men wanted to get in the car with the women so bad they could damn near taste it. Visiting was nice, but partying was hell. They knew another week was about to begin, a week filled with dullness, boredom, and the bullshit work the men were given to do. The two men stood beside each other and watched the car until it faded in the distance. Then they turned and slowly walked back up the path that led to the dormitory. Each man was silent, full of his own thoughts. Before they reached the door, Jimmy broke the silence. When you leave, man, why don't you take me with you? He asked quietly. Leave? What gives you an idea like that, man? I ain't going nowhere for at least another 2 years, Jimmy. Don't con me, Chink. I know goddamn well you're planning on pulling up from here. Ain't no way you gonna tell me different. It's in your eyes, man. All over your face. Chink didn't answer right away. He just let his eyes run over the rolling, well-kept grass and the trees in the distance. If I should go, man, I'll pull your coat. But Jimmy, ain't no reason for you to run, man. Once you run, you're gonna always be wanted. It don't make sense, Jimmy. I wouldn't want to see you fuck up your life like that. Jimmy stopped with his hand on the door. Man, I wouldn't want to go if it wasn't important. But my woman needs me. She ain't getting but $8 every 2 weeks. And it just ain't enough for her to make it home with the kid. He hurried on before Chink could interrupt. You see, man, we ain't got no people out here in California. We're both from the South, man. And all her people are back there. If I should run, I just get the fuck out of the state, that's all. I ain't did enough for them to really put out an all-points bulletin on me. I'm just small potatoes, Chink. I'd go back home and nobody would be the wiser. I'll let you know, Jimmy. I'd have to think about it, my man. I really would. This is something that came up out of nowhere, man, so you'll just have to wait until I make up my mind on what's the best thing for me to do. He hesitated, then added, I tell you this much, though. I ain't gonna let with what I got to do. If possible, I'll take you along. But we'll just have to wait and see. Later, when the chow bell rang, Chink and Jimmy stayed out of the chow line. They were both too full from the food they had eaten outside. Instead, they went into the playroom, which had 2 pool tables and 1 ping pong table. They shot pool for the next hour until count time. At count time, each man had to be at his bunk, standing in front of it. After the guard passed, they still had to wait until the all-clear bell rang. It generally came in minutes after the guard made his round. God damn, Chink. I can't seem to get that visit out of my mind. Let's go into the TV room. Is anything good on tonight? Jimmy asked quietly. Chink shrugged his shoulders. I don't keep up with that shit, man. You know that. He still led the way toward the TV room. It was full of inmates. Some sitting in the front row, saving the best seats for their friends who hadn't got there yet. Chink walked up to the front row. Another inmate had put his jacket on 2 of the seats. Whose jacket? Chink asked, lifting the coat out of the chair. That's mine, man. The brown-skinned brother sitting next to the chair replied. This seat's is saved, brother. He added. Yeah, I know. Chink answered sharply as he sat down. The seats are unsaved now, baby. Hey, my man, the inmate yelled. What you gonna do, man? Just grab the motherfucking seat? Chink stared at the man coldly. Listen, man. Let me pull your coat to something. You use that weak-ass shit on these old-fade punks, or on some of these brothers that don't know no better, but don't run that weak-ass shit down to me. These seats belong to the state, man, for any convict's use. Now, if your buddies can't get their asses down here in time to get a seat, they just have to find one where they can. You dig what I mean? The inmate Chink was talking to glanced nervously around. He saw his two friends enter the television room and gained courage. Listen, man, I don't want to hear that shit. I told you that the seats were saved. Now, if you want to try taking them, why don't you tell the brothers who they belong to about it? He had raised his voice so that his partners could hear the conversation. By now, all activity in the television room had come to a halt. The men had stopped whispering amongst themselves to hear what was going on in the front row. The habit of certain inmates saving seats, and generally the best seats, was a sore spot with many of the men. Most of them just overlooked it because they didn't want any trouble over a seat in the damn television room, which would cause them to get a flop at the parole board. Most of the time, Chink didn't bother to come into the television room, so he didn't come in contact with the problem. When he did come in, he generally sat somewhere in the middle rows. But tonight, he felt mean. He glanced up at the two brothers bearing down on him. Then he turned back to the man sitting next to him.
If you enjoy listening to these books and stuff, I appreciate it. But I appreciate you listening. I would like to get...
About a rock. The man was smiling.
I would like to get a few minutes to be able to read myself out loud to y'all. So if you would like to see that or hear that, say something, let me know.
As if he was doing something clever. Without warning, Chink slapped him across the face twice. The blows were so hard that they almost snapped his neck. God damn it, punk! Chink growled. I ain't for no fucking games, boy! He stood up and glared at the two men coming towards him. Both men stopped as if they had car brakes on their shoe heels. What they saw was danger. A man would have had to have been either blind or a fool to not have paid heed to the warning in Chink's expression. The man Chink slapped continued to sit, waiting to see what his friends would do. It didn't take long for him to realize that they weren't about to enter into the argument. What's the deal, Peterson? Chink asked the closest one of the men. The man called Peterson just shrugged his shoulders. Ain't nothing to it, Chink. I see you and my boy there that had a little run-in. Don't be too hard on him, Chink. He's a good kid. Yeah, I know what you mean, Chink answered, then added, but punks should stay in their places. He still tried to push it. Chink didn't want to let it go at that. He wanted the body contact of a good fight. But Peterson wasn't having any of it. Ain't nothing but a misunderstanding, my man, that's all. Just a misunderstanding. Before the words were out of Peterson's mouth, he had glanced around and seen two empty seats in another row. He led his friend towards the empty chairs. He was far from a fool. He had seen Chink's girlfriend show up with the bandages, and he knew from experience that the man was boiling for a fight. But Peterson wasn't having any of it. If he wanted a fight, he reasoned as he sat down in a chair, it would be with someone other than the gorilla-looking Chink. The man looked like an ape and was built like one. No, Peterson considered himself wiser than that. Jimmy sat quietly beside his friend while everything calmed down. He felt a cold shiver of fear at the wild swiftness of Chink's attack. He knew in his heart that he was afraid of the man who he slept under. Chink was just too unpredictable for him. He could explode in violence in a moment's notice. Chink sat in the chair for about 5 minutes, then got up. I think I'm going down to the gym and lift some weights, Jimmy. If you stay up here and run into any trouble, just come a running, baby, and I'll gladly come back with you and handle it. He spoke loud enough for just about everyone in the TV room to hear. Okay, Chink, Jimmy replied. I think I'll just stay and watch this bullshit on TV. He hesitated, then continued. I ain't too good with that weightlifting shit. You dig? Chink reached down and rubbed his friend's head, messing up Jimmy's natural. It was something they did when they kidded around, which was really seldom. Take care of yourself, Jimmy, he said, and walked out of the television room. Chapter 7. The highway passed by swiftly as Sandra drove back home. There was very little conversation between her and Shirley. When they reached the city limits, Sandra asked her if she would mind riding with her while she picked up some clothes. For some reason, she felt better with company along as she parked in the garage. On the ride through the city, she had told Shirley a little of what happened. So when Sandra got out of the car, Shirley followed. It didn't take long for the two women to get the few belongings that Sandra wanted. She packed 2 bags, and as Shirley watched her pack some of the men's clothes, she remained silent, not asking questions that might be none of her business. Well, I guess that just about covers everything, Sandra said as she glanced around for the last time. You want to come on over to my place? Shirley asked. Just until I can find me another place, Sandra answered quietly, then led the way out of the apartment. For the next 2 days, Sandra searched for an apartment. She finally found a furnished 1-bedroom apartment out on 110th and Budlong, well outside of the Los Angeles district. Thursday morning was slow for her. She had exchanged cars, trading in hers for an older model. She had wanted to make sure she got something that wouldn't break down on them while out on the highway. Now, with just hours to go, she became nervous. She had moved into her apartment, away from Shirley, so that the other woman wouldn't expect anything. As the hour of departure grew near, she began to gather everything she thought they might need. She counted the money she had got out of the bank. It was $1,500, enough to take them just about anywhere Chink might decide they'd need to go. Back at the prison compound, Chink made his way to the dining hall. Jimmy tagged along. He had constantly worried Chink about the chance of going along. Listen, man, he continued as they sat at a table by themselves. Let me just go along as far as the city. I ain't asking you to take care of me or nothing like that. I just want to get to Los Angeles. I can make it from there. Chink stared at the man coldly. Jimmy, if anything should happen, man, I'd hate that you were involved. I'm going all the way, man. All the motherfucking way. Ain't nothing gonna stop me. You understand that? Nothing, man. I can dig it, Jimmy replied shortly. I'm game to go all the way myself, man. Going against his better judgment, Chink finally agreed. Okay, man. But remember, if anything happens, baby, you begged into this shit. I don't want you along. But if you insist, I'll take you along. Chink turned his head and stared out of one of the dining room windows. What could happen? He went over it for the 1000th time. Nothing. It should go smooth and simple. If Sandra was there on time, if the count went off like it should, they would have an hour or possibly 2 hours before another count. So what could happen? They should be in Los Angeles by then. There were quite a few ifs involved, but from every angle it still seemed simple. Okay, Jimmy, be ready after the 9 o'clock count. But just remember, man, you wanted this, not me. Jimmy smiled. In a few hours, he'd be with his woman. His heart beat faster. It was all he had thought about for the past few days. He knew Chink wouldn't go and leave him, not if he worried him enough. And that was what he had done. From morning to night, until he had worn the man's patience down. Now Chink had finally agreed to let him go, and it was going to be tonight. When they left the dining room, Chink stretched out on his bunk and began to read. Jimmy was too excited for that. He went outside and walked around the compound, staring into the woods that he knew he'd be in sometime that night. "Johnson!" The sound of his name was called in a harsh and commanding voice. "You keep staring off in the woods like that and you'll make me think you've got ideas of getting a little rabbit in you." At the sound of his last name, Jimmy almost jumped out of his skin. He turned around to see the guard standing right behind him. He had been so involved in his thoughts that he hadn't even heard the guard come up behind him. Jimmy grinned and spoke politely. "Hi, Officer Williams. I was just thinking about all the times I went hunting back home in the woods. These remind me of them back home, you know." The officer nodded his head and walked on around the young prisoner. He wasn't worried. He had never figured it out. But ever since he'd worked at the prison compound, no black inmate ever ran away. For some reason, they just didn't run, while the whites were just the opposite. If he had walked up on a white boy gazing through the woods like that, he would have been more than suspicious. But since it had been a black inmate, he quickly forgot about the matter. Later on that night, he would think about it again, but then it would be too late. Chink got up and took a hot shower to ease his nerves. After the shower, he sat on Jimmy's bed and played checkers for a while. The night passed slowly. After the 7 o'clock count, the men started racing towards the television room. "God damn," Jimmy said again. "This waiting is sure enough bad shit." "Be cool, man. Just be cool. Time gonna have to pass, so just be cool," Chink cautioned. But he knew how the man felt. 8 o'clock finally came. Just one more hour, Chink told himself. By now, Sandra should already be on the highway. He stretched out on his bunk and imagined her driving down the highway. He thought about Jimmy asking him about Sandra picking them up, and his refusal to admit she was the one. For some reason, one he couldn't explain to himself, he hadn't wanted to bring her name into it. Jimmy would find out soon enough who was picking them up. Until then, let him guess. Finally, the bell rang for the 9 o'clock count. Chink jumped off his bunk and stood beside his bed. The men lined up quickly. There was a good movie on television and they wanted to get back into the television room and see it. The faster they lined up, the quicker the guard would take count. But the officer passed by slowly, checking off each name as he went past. Chink returned to his bunk, but only leaned on it. Jimmy's face was lit with excitement as he glanced at his partner. Chink waved his hand for Jimmy to be cool, not to act too impatient. As soon as the guard walked out of their wing, the all-clear bell rang. Chink smiled. So far, so good. At least they wouldn't be held up while the guard made a second count. As though he had all the time in the world, Chink opened his locker and took out a small flashlight. He had had one of the prisoners on work release bring it back from town. He slipped it in his pocket, then led the way down the corridor to the dining room. All the doors in the place were locked as soon as it became dark. Chink slipped inside the dark dining room and closed the door quickly after Jimmy came through. He held his finger to his mouth so that Jimmy wouldn't speak. He didn't want to take a chance on anyone in the kitchen hearing them. Sometimes the night cook would be on duty. A sharp sound of someone dropping a pot made him thankful he had been careful. The men moved silently across the room. Chink tried a window, then slowly began to open it. After he got the window open, he beckoned to Jimmy to go on through. He waited while Jimmy climbed out, then let himself out and closed the window. Jimmy let off, running for the woods. Chink cursed under his breath as he tried to catch up with the slim, streaking figure in front of him. Jimmy was entering the woods at the wrong point. This way they'd have to travel through too much of the woods. "Slow down, goddammit!" Chink yelled, as loud as he dared. Jimmy waited for Chink to catch up. "What's wrong, man? I know you didn't want to be fucking around crossing a baseball diamond. Anybody could have glanced out of one of the dormitory windows and seen us if we fucked around," Jimmy explained as soon as Chink reached him. I wasn't going this way, man. I was gonna creep around past the office and stay in the shadows until I reached the fucking highway. Now we got to go through these fucking woods to reach the highway, Chink stated. Don't worry about it, Jimmy replied. I know my way around the goddamn woods, so don't let it bother you. I'll bring us right out where you wanted to be, and we won't be behind your time schedule. Before Chink could complain, Jimmy let off at a fast dog trot. Chink had to trot to keep up, and he still was behind. A branch caught his jacket, and he had to stop. The sound of a dog barking ahead put him on his guard. He went forward quietly, moving like a shadow. Suddenly, Chink heard voices in front of him. He crept forward, moving through the woods as if he were one of the night animals whose life depended on caution. As he parted some bushes and glanced out, he saw Jimmy, pinpointed in the beam of a flashlight. A farmer held a shotgun on him. In a flash, Chink realized what had happened. Jimmy, running straight ahead, had burst out of the bushes on top of a farmer out doing some coon hunting. For a minute, Chink thought about slipping around them, going onto the highway and catching his ride. If it had gone like he planned, none of this shit would have happened. Now Jimmy was in trouble. Suddenly, the farmer's voice came to him in the bush. By God, I set out to coon hunt tonight, and I sure done caught me a coon, too. The farmer's cold laugh sent a dangerous chill down Chink's spine, and a cold rage overcame him. He knew now that he couldn't allow his friend to stay in the man's cruel grasp. The sound of the farmer's voice aroused all the contained fury in his soul. Suddenly, one of the dogs began to growl near him. Chink knew that he didn't have a choice in the matter anymore. He had to strike, and strike as fast as possible. He burst from the bush like a small black bear, moving like a streak. The farmer's dog set up a wild commotion, but it was too late. The farmer whirled, bringing up the shotgun. Chink grabbed the barrel of the gun and snatched it toward him, pulling the farmer off balance. As soon as Chink had the gun in his hands, he struck with the stock, catching the farmer flush in the face. He struck again, an unnecessary blow. Teeth and blood flew everywhere. The dogs barked at his heels, yet none of them had the courage to bite him. He turned the shotgun on them and cut loose with both barrels, killing 3 of the dogs at once. The rest of the pack bolted for the woods. Jimmy stared down at the farmer as if in a trance. "God damn, Chink, you done killed him," he said in awe. His face was flushed and fear was in his eyes. "Man, son of a bitch is dead, Chink. What we gonna do, man? I didn't plan on no murder." Chink stared at Jimmy. He wished he had saved a load of shot from the shotgun so he could have cut Jimmy down. The nigger was shitting in his pants. Chink made up his mind quickly. "Listen, man, you can still get out of this shit. Ain't nobody missed us yet. All you gotta do is go back and keep your mouth shut. In the morning when they start talking about the rumors, you act like it's the first time you heard anything about it, and you'll be all right." Chink wiped the sweat off his brow. He couldn't go back. He had a debt to pay, and nothing would come between him and that debt. Jimmy looked at him in wonder. "You sure, man? I mean, you don't mind if I get from under it like that? I'd hate to pull out on you, Chink, but murder, man. I just didn't think nothing like this would happen." Chink glanced down at the dead white man at his feet before he could reply. He hadn't planned on no murder either. There wouldn't have been one if he had come by himself, but he didn't mention it. What had happened had happened. Nothing could change it. The white man was dead. So be it. It wasn't going to stop him from finding them niggas who raped his woman. That he was sure of. "You do what you want to do," Chink said. "I got a ride to catch. I don't want my man to be out on the highway waiting and I don't show up." It would be better not to let this fool know that Sandra was the one picking him up, Chink decided again. He set off through the woods, not bothering to look back. Chink didn't even bother to wave goodbye. He didn't really trust himself in Jimmy's company. He was too tempted to kill the man. Jimmy watched Chink disappear into the woods. For a moment he wanted to follow, but something warned him that that would be the foolish thing to do. He'd better get back to the campgrounds as fast as possible and get this murder rap off his back. Once he made count, it would be Chink's case, no matter what Chink said later on. After leaving Jimmy, Chink made a beeline straight for the highway. He reached it out of breath, and he stayed in the bush until he saw a car coming slowly down the highway. He took the small flashlight out of his pocket and blinked it twice. The car suddenly picked up speed. It came to a fast stop right in front of the bushes. Sandra reached over and opened the door as Chink ran from the bushes. He jumped in quickly. "Let's get the hell out of here," he said harshly, breathing hard. She stepped down on the gas, glancing in her mirror to see if there was any traffic behind them. "Did everything go as smooth as you planned?" she asked quietly. He slowly shook his head, then explained to her what had happened. "Just goes to show, baby, that you can't do somebody else a favor. Now I got a fucking murder charge against me, while that bastard is back at the camp making sure his ass is safe. If I hadn't drug his sorry ass along, none of that shit would have happened." "What will happen if he got busted on the way back?" she inquired quickly. "If that happens, baby, you can bet there will be a roadblock ahead of us somewhere, 'cause the motherfucker ain't about to keep his mouth shut. Nah, baby, if that nigga gets caught, it's all up for us." For a few minutes, Sandra was silent, thinking over what her man had said. "Baby, you think I should get off the highway just in case something happened?" "No. If we get off the highway, we won't know where we're at. Fucking around in any of these small towns around here is trouble. I think our best bet is to stick to the highway and hope for the best. This is the fastest route back to the city, so just keep your foot on the gas. Just don't go fast enough for the highway patrol to stop us. I still got these fucking prison clothes on." She pointed over her shoulder. "All you gotta do is climb back there in the back seat. I'm sure you'll find something that will fit you a lot better than that shit you got on." She grinned as he smiled at her for the first time since entering the car. Chink quickly climbed in the back seat and changed clothes. When he finished, he let down the window and tossed the prison clothes out, shoes and all. "I feel like a new man now," he said as he climbed back up front. "Damn, it feels good just to have on some decent rags, baby." Sandra glanced at the speedometer, then took her foot off the gas pedal. She had been doing close to 100. "This car sure has a lot of pep," she said, trying to say something lightly to take his mind off his worries. "Yeah, heavyfoot," he said as he slid over beside her. "Just keep it on 80, baby. That will be fast enough." He leaned over and kissed her neck, then smelled the perfume she was wearing. "Damn, baby, that sure smells nice. Always wear it." Silence fell on the couple in the car. They drove through the night, and when they reached the city limits, Chink spoke to Sandra quietly. "Honey, I don't never want to go back alive, since I know they'll never let me out. I couldn't do life in prison. I just couldn't stand it, you understand? It ain't for me, baby. I'm gonna hold court in the streets, wherever they stop me. That's gonna be my court day. You hear?" She glanced at him. "I hear. And I understand, Daddy. I don't think I could stand seeing you behind bars for the rest of your life either. I mean it, Chink. I just couldn't stand the thought of you being there because of me. None of this would have happened if it wasn't for me, Daddy. I realize that. So I'm with you to the end. If it ain't but a day or a month or a year, whatever it is, we're together, honey." For Chink, just the words she said were enough to make everything worthwhile. No matter what time he had the love of a woman, one who loved him as much as he loved her. He glanced at her bandaged face and remembered his obligation. It would be paid, no matter what it cost. "I got us an apartment out on 110th, Daddy. Should we go there now?" Sandra inquired as they came up off the freeway. Baby. Did you get that other thing I told you about?" he asked. It's in the glove compartment, Chink. But shouldn't we go home and rest first, Daddy?
No, baby. In the morning, half the city will know I'm out. We got plenty business to take care of tonight, he stated, as he removed the pistol from the glove compartment. He examined the gun closely. It was a good one, a .38 police special. Take me to 51st and Western, baby. I want to pay my friend George a visit before he finds out I'm home and hides somewhere in a hole like the rat he really is.
She didn't bother to argue. He had made up his mind, so all she had to do was follow his wishes. She parked in front of the apartment building he pointed out. As Chink got out of the car, she asked, "Should I come along, Daddy?"
Chink shook his head. No, baby. You don't need to come. Just as long as you know I'll handle it, that's good enough, he said, and closed the car door.
Chink was not like other men. He didn't need the company of another person to help him find the nerve to do something unpleasant. He knew what he had to do and went about doing it, without asking help from anyone. He made his way up to the second floor and knocked on the apartment door. "Who is it?" came the inquiring voice of a woman.
Is George home, honey? Tell him the man with the bag is here. I want you to test some stuff for me, he said, and before the words were out of his mouth, the door was opening.
As Chink barged in, the woman stepped back in surprise, her hand flying to her mouth.
That's right, baby, it's me, Chink. Looks like you know that punk you got done did me wrong, don't you?
George came out of the bedroom wearing nothing but his shorts.
"What the fuck's going on in here?"
he asked sharply, but as soon as he saw Chink, he started to back up.
"Just freeze right there, punk,"
Chink ordered harshly. He waved his gun at George's woman.
"You find a chair and sit down in it," he ordered,
and the woman quickly followed his command. George came out of the bedroom explaining,
"They made me do it, Chink. They made me. They come by here to cop, man, and stuck me up. Then they forced me to take them over to Sandra's house. I didn't want to do it, man, but they made me. You can understand that, can't you? I tried. I really tried. And when they started that shit with Sandra, I really tried to stop them. Didn't she tell you I didn't want no parts of it, man? No parts of it."
Chink just stared at him.
"I want you to tell me just what they did to my woman. And if you let anything out, I'll know, 'cause she already told me what happened. I just want to see how close to the truth you can come," Chink ordered.
George came into the room and sat down on the floor. He began to talk, and as he talked, the tighter Chink's jaw became. Sandra had told him everything, except the sodomy part. She had kept that back, mostly because she was ashamed of what had been done to her. Chink could hardly trust his voice to ask,
"Don't that nigga Tree still stay over on 41st Street near Hoover?"
George shook his head. "No, Chink, he moved over to 9th Avenue, apartment 10. He stays there with his sister. She's got 3 kids and gets a check every month. She's scared to death of him, so she can't put him out."
"And his partner, Fred, what about his home life?"
Chink asked quietly. George wiped the sweat off his brow. He was going to get out of it yet, he believed. Chink wasn't really mad at him. He just wanted Tree and Fred. After all, they were the ones who did it. He hadn't done anything and hadn't got a thing out of it, except for the one balloon.
"Fred stays with his mother over on Van Ness."
He hesitated for a moment, trying to think.
"It's the house right next to the alley. You shouldn't have any trouble finding it."
George grinned at Chink as if they were partners.
"If you should miss Fred at home, man, he's always up to the pool room near the mug on Western. You can't help but to find him at one of the spots."
George's woman looked at him and turned up her nose. Chink didn't miss the action.
"What's wrong, Missy?" Chink asked. "You don't like to hear your man snitch like that?"
She looked at Chink.
If he was a man, he wouldn't have told you anything, she said, safe in the belief that nothing was going to happen to her. She hadn't been involved, even though she had helped talk George into getting Tree's help and taking off the robbery. Tree had given her 2 balloons for her own, but it hadn't been what she had hoped to get. The first bullet caught her high in the chest, and the second one split her nose wide open. George just sat and stared, dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Chink had shot his woman. And then, death was on him before he realized it. Chink had put the gun up. With his strong hands, he reached down and gripped George's thin neck. The smaller man was like a child in his hands. He struggled, but it was all in vain. Chink held him at arm's length and slowly choked him to death. It was a slow death, as the man kicked and wiggled, but Chink never stopped the pressure. When he stepped out of the apartment, people were standing in the hallway. The gunshot noise had drawn them out of their filthy, roach-infested apartments to stare and wonder. Violence was not new to them, but it was always interesting. It would give them something to talk about the rest of the week. Chink brushed past them as if they weren't even there. The people stood in the hall and watched him walk away. No one tried to stop him. There was something about him that put fear in them. He never glanced one way or the other. Chapter 8. When Chink got out of the car, Sandra sat silently waiting. Once she got out and walked up to the corner. On the way back, she heard the gunshots coming from the apartment building. The noise hadn't been too loud. Some people might mistake it for a car backfiring, but she knew better. She hurried to the car and got the motor running. When Chink came out of the building, walking as if he had all the time in the world, she glanced uneasily up and down the streets. Nobody was paying any attention to them. She pulled away just as soon as he got in. "Hey, baby, what's your rush?" he said, and grinned at her. Sandra didn't answer, but she continued to drive. She took Normandy Street straight out towards 110th, cutting in and out of traffic all the while. "Take it easy, Mama. The only thing that will get us busted is your driving. Don't get stopped now. Everything is cool." He glanced at her to see if she was shook up. She didn't appear to be too nervous, just excited. "Did everything go all right, honey?" She finally got around to asking. "Yeah, baby. Everything went just fine. Our friend George won't be setting up anybody else, unless it's in hell," Chink stated, then laughed loudly. "Just where in the hell are you taking me, anyway?" he asked suddenly. "Home!" she exclaimed shortly. "I don't care what you say either. We're going home and have a few minutes to ourselves, Daddy." Her hand dropped down on his lap. If her words hadn't clinched it, her actions did. Sandra was the first woman who had ever given herself to Chink. She had been a virgin, and he had never forgotten it. The thought of her in his arms was enough to set his mind aflame. He had laid in the county jail too many nights remembering her. Now it was going to come true again. He could hardly wait. It was as though he was a young kid getting ready to go on a honeymoon. He looked forward to it with excitement. After Sandra parked, he almost carried her across the parking lot in his hurry. She smiled in the dark as she felt his strong arms around her. How nice it was to be wanted and to be with the one you wanted. "It's been so long, Daddy," she murmured in his ear. "It won't be long now," he exclaimed, and helped her to unlock the door. They stood inside the door and kissed. It was a long, passionate kiss, one that held all their hopes and fears. It was as if they realized that their love would be brief, that time was against them, and they had to live for the moment. "Honey, can I fix you something? Anything?" she asked in a husky voice.
Chink stared down into the deep black eyes that looked up at him with such affection. His heart skipped a beat. What could he do to show this lovely child of God that her love was returned 1,000 times over? It's nothing, baby. Just let me hold you close. What could I possibly want other than you? They kissed again, and Chink carried her into the bedroom. Once there, he began to undress her slowly. Each piece of clothing came off with loving care. Sandra lay back against the soft sheets and held her arms open for him. Her embrace was like a hot, burning fire, and he was consumed in the flames of her heat. He cried out once, then threw himself back into the consuming fire. They lay in each other's arms later, resting. The night was theirs, and no one could take it from them. Sandra held him close and wondered how many more nights like this she would be allowed. She trembled slightly as she thought of the answer. Later, after Sandra had drifted off to sleep, Chink lay awake and stared at the ceiling. This was the best time in the world for him to strike. Very few people knew he was out, the ones who counted anyway. The people he had to reach could only be reached as long as they didn't know he was home. But once they found out he was loose, they'd go in hiding. Chink got out of bed slowly, not wanting to disturb his woman. He dressed in the dark, then went to Sandra's purse and got the car keys. It would be best to leave her home. The less she was involved, the better. He removed the pistol and broke it open. There weren't but 4 shells left. He opened up the dresser and searched, but couldn't find any more shells. More than likely, he assumed, the 6 that came with the gun were all she had. He grinned in the dark. It was just like a woman, he thought, as he stuffed some money into his pockets. Chink walked back over to the bed and glanced down at Sandra. He wanted to lean down and kiss the tender lips, and all at once he was overcome with a longing that shook him all the way down to his toes. It was a desire to hold her so tight, to keep all the hardships in life away from her. Oh, if only he could, how sweet it would be. Suddenly her eyes opened and she stared up at him. The first thing she did was smile. "Hi there. Don't tell me you were planning on leaving me," she inquired softly. "You've been laying there faking it, woman. How long have you been away?" "Oh, I don't really know, honey. Should we try and go back to the moment that you first got out of bed? You looked so cute searching around in the dark that I couldn't spoil your fun for you. Now could I?" Sandra asked. Chink laughed. "Well, I guess you couldn't. Now that you're awake, or rather, now that I know that you're awake, how about letting me know if there are any shells around anywhere? I hope you bought more than just the 6 that came with the gun." Sandra shook her head. "No, Daddy, I'm sorry about that. The nigga I got the gun from didn't have any more shells, so I got what I could." She looked away from him, not wanting to see his eyes. For a moment, she felt as if she had let him down. How stupid of her. She should have realized that he would need more than just 6 bullets. But it had escaped her mind for some reason. "Hey there, doll. We ain't gonna have long faces now. That won't do at all. It's nothing, Sandra. Anybody would have did the same thing. Getting the gun was the big thing, baby. Picking me up was the big thing, baby. So don't let such a small thing as not having bought enough shells disturb you whatsoever. Here?" He gave her a big squeeze. She slipped her arms around his neck and tried to pull him back into the bed. Chink laughed pleasantly. "You make me feel so good, Mama, I mean it. I've never felt the way I feel when I'm near you." He kissed her slowly, then removed her arms from around his neck. "Honey, I've got business to take care of. If I stay anywhere near you, I'll forget." "Can't it wait until tomorrow, or next week, or next month for that matter? I mean, if we just stay here out of sight, Chink,
Ain't nobody gonna come around, 'cause don't nobody know I stay here. I didn't even let Jimmy's wife know where this place is, so we ain't got no worry. We still got money in the bank, so we ain't worried about cash for the time being.
Sandra, honey, just stop and think for a minute. He reached up and patted the bandage on the side of her face. This is the reason why I came home, baby. I love laying up with you, ain't no doubt about that. But this is our #1 concern, making sure them niggas pay. So far, we ain't did nothing. That punk, he didn't even count. The motherfucker I want is Tree, and I'm planning on having him or his partner sometime this morning.
I'm sorry, Daddy, I hadn't forgotten. But it was so beautiful just having you home with me that I'd forget everything in my desire to keep you near. Can you understand where I'm coming from? I just want you. With that, she pressed her head to his chest and sobbed quietly.
Hey, baby, what's all this shit? Don't do that to me. Dry up them tears, honey, and everything is gonna be all right.
He kissed her gently, then laid her back on the bed. He glanced at the clock.
It's 6 o'clock, Sandra. I was waiting for this time of the morning, honey. People are getting up and going to work, so I won't be too conspicuous. I can move around fairly well this early without too much trouble.
Why don't you let me go with you then? She asked.
Her voice was strong now. There were no signs of tears anymore. Honey, I'd love nothing better, but as I said, if I move by myself, I'm not conspicuous this early in the morning. But if I have you with me, well, we both become something other than a poor nigger trying to make it to work. You're too young looking, first of all. They might just stop me out of curiosity, wondering what the fuck am I doing with such a young girl out at such an hour.
He grinned at her, taking the sting out of his words.
Baby face, he said, teasing her. That's what you get for looking so tender.
He kissed her again, then became serious.
But don't worry, honey. I just knock off one of them motherfuckers, then come running home, okay?
Chink finally made his escape from his woman. He smiled in the morning darkness as he opened the door to the car. Sandra didn't realize just how tempted he had been to accept her offer of just laying up with her for about a month. After this shit was over, he'd do just that. Go into hiding, stay in the bed and watch television for a month or two. By then, the heat should be off, making his escape more easy. He realized that by now the police probably had an APB out on him. The big car drove smoothly, and for the moment he just sat back and enjoyed the ride. Chink made sure that he stayed within the speed limit. When he reached Western and 68th Avenue, he saw a black and white police car. They turned in behind him, making his heart beat faster. He felt the gun in his waistband. It gave him a feeling of comfort. He knew they'd never take him easy. If they had any thoughts on the matter, it had better be on holding court in the street, because that was the way he was going to play it. When he reached Manchester and Western, the police car turned off. Chink gave a sigh of relief. He wasn't frightened of the police, but he didn't want any trouble with them. Not yet, anyway. Not until after he had paid off his debt. Then, whatever happened, it would be all right with him. Chink spotted another police car and a curse exploded from him. The second police car made up his mind for him. He had wanted to find Tree, but since Fred lived close to where he was at, he decided to stop by and pay Fred a visit. He pulled up and parked 2 doors away from the house next to the alley. He got out and walked back up the street. Chink stopped and checked the address. It matched the one he had. He strolled up to the door and knocked. It took a second heavy knock, then a wait of a few minutes before an angry woman came to the door. She glared out the screen door at him. "What could you possibly want, young man, at this hour of the morning?" she inquired, as she pulled her wrapper tighter around her large waist. Chink could see the huge tits trying to bust out from under the ragged gown the woman wore. "I'm sorry, ma'am, but you see, I was supposed to stop by and pick Fred up this morning.
He asked me if I could get a job for him out where I work. He stopped to see how she was taking it. The sound of job had done the trick because the woman smiled at him and opened the screen door. Well, come on in then. Fred's got his ass in the bed, but I'll sure as hell get him out of there if a job's involved. Chink followed her into the living room. You ain't got to go to no trouble, man. I'll go wake him up if you'll just point out where he sleeps. That way you can go on back to bed and get your rest or fix yourself some coffee or something. I'm just sorry that I had to wake you up. But since my boss told me to bring him in today, I just had to let him know that here was his chance. Fred's mother glanced at Chink and smiled. My God, she said to herself, he's ugly, but he seems so nice. That's generally the way it is, though. Find somebody born looking like that, and they turn out to have the nicest personality. I'll tell you what, she said, turning and facing Chink direct. You go on in his bedroom and wake him up. By the time he's up, I'll have some hot coffee for both of you. How about that? Chink smiled at her. Missus, now don't you go to no trouble now. You ain't got to put yourself out for me. I'd appreciate some coffee. She grinned, pleased with herself. Now don't you worry about that. It ain't no problem. I was gonna fix myself a pot full anyway, so adding a little more water ain't no trouble at all. She raised her hand and pointed out a bedroom. That's where you find that lazy nigger. If he acts like he don't want to go, you just yell out for me. He better not turn this job down. I mean, he just better not, if he wants a roof over his head. I'm tired of Fred's shit, if you know what I mean. Chink shook his head in agreement. I know just what you mean. But you won't have to worry after today, he said sharply, then turned on his heels and walked towards the bedroom. He didn't bother to knock. He let himself in and closed the door behind him. For a brief minute, Chink just stared down at the sleeping form. As he glanced away from the sleeping man and examined the room, he could feel the hatred building up in him. He remembered George's words as he retold the rape. A blind rage overcame him, and he put the pistol back in his pocket and reached down and slapped the man awake. The cluttered-up bedroom disappeared. Now there was only Chink and the man struggling under his fingers, which were now bands of steel. Each finger seemed to be buried somewhere inside the man's neck, because they couldn't be seen on top of Fred's neck. Fred was a different sort of man than George, though. He was wide awake now and struggling for his life. He kicked out, trying to get his feet free from the bedding, but his struggles were useless. Had he been wide awake, Chink might have met his match, but the man was at a disadvantage. When he awoke, Chink had already gotten his stranglehold. Do you remember Sandra, nigga? Do you? That's right, Chink said as he saw understanding come into the fear-ridden eyes. That's right, nigga. I'm her man. I know you're sorry, but didn't you enjoy that pussy, man? Didn't you? You should have, 'cause you're gonna die for it. Was it worth it, nigga? Was it worth it? Chink spoke in a low voice. The words could hardly be heard by the struggling man if he bothered to pay any attention to them. He tried to break the grip. The fingers just seemed to bury themselves that much deeper. Slowly, Fred's feeble struggles came to a halt, but the man applying the death grip never let up. When the man on the bed changed color, the man doing the choking only added more power. He squeezed until life was gone, until the soul had departed, yet he retained his grip. Tears ran down his cheeks, but it wasn't for the man he had killed. He was picturing his woman under the brutal attack of the man he had killed. Chink glanced around the room and saw a switchblade knife lying on the nightstand next to Fred's wallet. He released his grip and picked up the knife. Slowly, he cut the dead man's throat. After doing that, he took the knife and plunged it down into the lifeless form's chest. Slowly, Chink shook his head. He cleared his eyes and slowly walked to the door. He opened it and glanced out. He could hear noise coming from the kitchen. For some reason, he had liked the woman who had let him in, so he didn't want to hurt her. He slipped out of the bedroom and tiptoed to the front door. He let himself out quietly, closing the door behind his departure. After reaching the sidewalk, Chink walked faster. He didn't want the woman to glance out and see what kind of car he was driving. He opened the door and got in. Quickly, he started the motor and pulled away from the curb. The first corner he came to, Chink turned and drove towards Western. One down and one to go. If he moved fast enough, it should be done before the morning was over. His debt would be paid. Chapter 9. Back at the prison compound, the morning found the place in an uproar. Rumors flew back and forth between the men confined there. Chink's disappearance had been discovered an hour after he had departed. The body in the woods had been discovered by the farmer's son, sometime before 4 o'clock in the morning. The son, not too happy about his mother waking him up to go look for his father, had found the dogs inside the yard as soon as he came out of the farmhouse, so he knew at once something was wrong. After backtracking, he had found his father's body. Then he notified the highway patrol. The first thing they told him was that a convict had escaped. As soon as the count came up wrong, the highway patrol had been notified to be on the lookout for one black inmate. Later, when daylight came and they examined 2 sets of tracks. One led toward the highway, the other led back to the prison compound. For a while, the officers stood around discussing the strange arrangement until the captain showed up.
It's simple as hell, he had growled. One bastard got cold feet and ran like hell back to the compound.
He glared around at the other officers. He watched them shake their heads in agreement.
I think we better root the bastard out right quick, he ordered sharply.
How do we go about that little old thing? The night sergeant asked. He was already mad because it had happened on his ship. Now that it was becoming clear that it was 2 runners instead of 1, he was in a hurry to get hold of the one that had stayed behind. The captain didn't even bother to answer. He whispered with the lieutenant who was in charge of the highway patrol. They walked over to his car and sat down, talking together. The other officers glanced at each other sheepishly. They couldn't do anything until after their superior officer came back and gave them an order.
I wonder what the hell they're up to, one of the deputies asked a guard standing next to him.
The guard shrugged his shoulders.
It beats the hell out of me. I'd think they'd be for rushing back to the compound and talking to each son of a bitch locked up there. Somebody knows something, and somebody will talk.
I was always under the impression that those guys were pretty close-mouthed, the deputy said, talking just to kill time.
That's the coldest shit in town, or else some of that shit you see on television.
The guard answered quickly, glad to display his knowledge. Other officers had gathered around the 2 talking men, listening.
Them fucking punks up there would snitch on their mothers if they thought it would get them a few days off. Yeah, that's all the captain's gotta do. Just go back to the compound and let it be known that whoever comes forward with the information that will help in this case, he'll get maybe a month or 2 off his sentence. And I'll bet within an hour we'll have the other bastard.
Another guard shook his head in agreement.
You better believe it. John's damn right about that.
Well, I wish the hell something would happen, another highway patrolman stated. I'm tired of these fucking bugs that keep flying around in these woods.
It seems as if they've taken a personal liking for me,
he said as he slapped at his cheek, trying to kill one of the millions of gnats that infested the woods.
Hey, an officer in plain clothes yelled. Don't none of you guys walk over there in that area. We want it clean, just like the killers left it, not cluttered up by you guys tracking around over there.
The men fell silent as the stretcher bearers came by, carrying the body. The silence held until the men had put the body in the rear of the ambulance and departed. The farmer's son walked up.
Well, what are these guys gonna do? Stand around with their fingers jammed up their asses the rest of the day?
Take it easy, kid. Just another few minutes and everything will work itself out. Don't worry, the captain isn't sitting over there talking about the weather. You can bet on it, one of the guards stated, shamed by the man's words. The young farmer looked at the guard. And just what the hell were the guards doing last night to allow these murdering bastards to roam around loose? I thought you guys guarded them punks over there and didn't allow them to walk through the woods like they owned them. The sergeant glanced up. Hurt was in his eyes. Listen, son, I understand you're hurt about your father's death, but you and your father have brought prisoners back before, just so that you could collect that $50 on them. So you know what's happening over there at the compound. I remember the last time your father was there. The captain personally warned him about not taking any chances when arresting these guys, because some of them could be dangerous. The sound of another car arriving cut off the farmer's reply. All the men standing in the woods waited silently until the car parked. From where they were, they could see the captain and lieutenant get out of their car and walk over and join the men who had just arrived. They came through the woods together. The new arrivals had 2 bloodhounds on their leash. The dogs strained to get loose. The smell of blood excited them. Excitement ran through the crowd of men as they watched the dogs approach. It was just a matter of time now, they knew. Some bastard would be busted before the sun got up in the sky good. The dog handlers led the dogs over to the tracks leading back to the compound. Quickly the dogs picked up the scent. They started baying at once. Slowly the men set out on the tracks. The captain waved the sergeant over toward him. Tom, you rush on back and have the men get ready for count. Have each man at his bunk when we get there. Yes, sir, the sergeant answered sharply, then took off on a slow run. He reached the pickup truck that the state supplied for them. In seconds, he was gone in a cloud of dust. The men followed behind the dogs and everybody was silent, each man deep in his own thoughts. The nearer the dogs got to the building, the louder their barks. The men following almost had to run to keep up. When the sergeant went inside the dormitory, it wasn't necessary for him to explain anything. All he had to do was ring the count bell. The sound of the bell going off set the inmates into motion. They scurried toward their bunks like trained mice. Jimmy glanced up and down the aisle nervously. He kept telling himself over and over again that he didn't have anything to worry about. But why this unscheduled count? Maybe Chink got busted. If so, did Chink involve him? He wondered over and over again. If he had, all he had to do was deny it. It was just a case of his word against Chink's. There was a sudden commotion outside. The men nearest the windows craned their necks trying to see. Suddenly, the rumor came back down the rock. They had bloodhounds outside. The word filled Jimmy with fear. He hadn't thought about that. Dogs. Bloodhounds. He couldn't believe it. They were wrong. Suddenly, the sound of a hound baying came to all the men inside the building. Jimmy's knees started to shake. He wanted to run, but there was nowhere to run. Oh my God, he cried out suddenly, silently, as he clutched at the bunk for support. It was all over. He knew it. He didn't even glance up when the back door opened and the dogs came in, followed by 8 white men. Before the dogs reached him, they started to strain at the leash. All at once, Jimmy couldn't take any more. He knew the dogs were coming straight for him. He broke and ran. "Stop him!" the captain roared. "God damn it, stop him!" His order was followed by the quick work of 4 prisoners. They wrestled amongst themselves in their hurry to reach him. Jimmy didn't stand a chance. Even if he had gotten past the 4 inmates who grabbed him, there were more waiting to take the other's place. The captain walked up, followed by the highway patrol officer. "You might as well handcuff the bastard and take him on down to the county jail. See to it, Ed, that the son of a bitch is booked on first-degree murder."
"I didn't do it, Captain, I swear. It was Chink."
The words burst from him. He didn't care if the other men thought he was a snitch. It didn't matter right at that moment, even though, in later life, those very words would end up haunting him to his death. They would brand him as a snitch from that day on.
Please, Captain, please,
he begged. The captain glanced down at the man falling on his knees. It was enough to turn his stomach. He hated informers. Too many of them came through his office snitching on their friends. He had to use them because that way he found out about men who were thinking about running. But he hated them. Get that sorry son of a bitch out of my sight before I end up puking on him, the captain growled. The inmates watched silently as Jimmy was carried out of the dormitory. They would think of Jimmy for a long time. The panic inside Jimmy was finally slowing down. He could think again. Cold reason was coming to him, and he started planning. He believed if he turned state's witness, he would get a break. By the time the deputies delivered their prisoner to the county jail, he was a changed person. Gone was the clinging, begging inmate. In its place was a man who was determined to sell a friend down the river. Jimmy had made himself forget that he had begged Chink to take him along. There was no thought in his mind that, had he waited and allowed Chink to lead the way, they wouldn't have run into the farmer. He was determined to take the witness stand against his friend. Chapter 10. When the call came into the precinct about another murder, this time on Van Ness Street, it was too much of a coincidence for one detective. Detective Vardis Fisher had been up with the murder case of a man and woman killed in an apartment. The woman had been shot, while the man had been strangled to death. Now another strangling case. When Fisher walked out of the house on Van Ness, he was sure of one thing. The killer was the same person. There was no doubt about that. There couldn't be two people who looked like an ape running around killing people. And from all the people he had talked to in the apartment building on Western, the same description kept coming through. He walked slowly towards his car, followed closely by his colored partner, Detective Third Class Jerry Horner. Fisher didn't even bother to glance back at his younger partner. The man just followed along quietly. When they reached the car, Fisher got in on the passenger side. This was out of the ordinary because Fisher generally preferred to do the driving himself. After both men got settled in the car, Horner broke the silence. "Well, at least we know it's the same guy killing everybody," Horner stated, watching his white partner out of the corner of his eye. He started the motor, though not sure where they were going. "I think we'd better go on back to the office, Jerry. Maybe something might have come in to give us a lead on this madness." Fisher spoke quietly as he leaned over and lit a cigarette. Horner just grunted for an answer and followed the command. His mind was occupied with the murders, too. The men rode in silence until Fisher spoke. "You know, Jerry, that last guy back there, he was a pretty good-sized man. Yet his mother hadn't heard any kind of commotion coming out of the bedroom." He was talking in a monologue, as if he was rehearsing a speech or something. "Yeah, that's the strange thing about it," Fisher continued. "This guy doing these killings must have a hell of a lot of confidence in his own strength. I mean, it takes a certain kind of man to have the nerve to walk into another man's home and strangle him to death. I could dig a guy walking in there and firing away with an automatic, but this strangling shit has got me. I mean, we know the guy's got a gun, unless he got rid of it after shooting that woman. So why didn't he use it instead of this other shit? Maybe he was afraid of making noise, but that wouldn't have made any sense, not when this same guy walked into a fucking apartment building 5 or 6 hours earlier and fired away as if he was out on a firing range. Nah, something's wrong here. The mother didn't recognize the picture of the couple who got hit, but yet, we know all three of them were drug users." Horner added his and nodded whenever he thought it was time to. But other than that, he didn't add anything else to the conversation. He just drove and listened. When they reached headquarters, Fisher wondered why there were so many highway patrol cars parked. "Oh, that," Horner said, glad for the chance to show that he did know something. "They're probably here because of that escape from the youth's work program camp. I heard something about it just as I was leaving. It seems as if some farmer got killed by the inmate who escaped. It was a brutal killing. He was beat to death with the stock from his shotgun. Fisher sat up, interested. From the looks of things, he said, waving at the empty parked cars, they must have caught the bastard already. These guys don't get off their asses unless they think they're going to get their fucking pictures in the paper. Slowly, Horner backed in and parked. It seems as if our homicide department is going to get its fair share of action for the weekend, he stated dryly. I got a hunch, Fisher began, that if we don't hurry up and catch the strangler, we're going to get some more action out of that boy. Maybe he's a nut of some kind, I don't know, but I do believe one thing. We ain't heard the last from our busy hatchet man. The men walked into the building and caught the elevator. The elevator stopped on the 3rd floor and 2 more detectives got on. They nodded to Horner, but one of them spoke to Fisher. Well, if it ain't Fish, a gray-haired officer said. They keeping you busy, boy. Fisher shrugged his shoulders. 25 hours a day, he replied, then added, Where are you guys off to this early? I've never seen you off your coffee break this early in my life. The officer shook some papers in his hand. It's this fucking farmer's case. You know, the one that got killed last night while trying to stop 2 inmates from escaping? He continued before Fisher could ask any questions. Well, they caught the one that stayed behind. I'm on my way up to interrogate him, and from what I understand, he's ready to help us all he can. He wants to be a state's witness against his partner, who he claims did the killing. The men laughed. They all say that, Fisher stated coldly. Whenever you catch one, it's always the other one who did the killing. Well, good luck with it. As the elevator stopped on their floor, the other detective spoke up before getting out. In this case, it ain't hard to believe, he stated loudly as he got out. The son of a bitch that got away looks more like a fucking animal to me than anything else. A fucking gorilla or something, he yelled back over his shoulder. Fisher was 1 step ahead of his partner as he stuck his foot in the elevator door, stopping it from closing. Both men nearly ran out of the elevator. The other set of detectives stopped in their tracks and stared at the men running toward them. What's the matter? The gray-haired one asked in surprise. I'm not sure, Al, but it just might be that you've given me the key I need to break open my case, Fisher said seriously. Horner and Fisher followed Al and his partner into the interrogation room. As they waited for them to bring Jimmy in, Fisher studied the mug shots of Chink. Yeah, I can see what they mean, Fisher said, speaking to no one in particular. He held the picture out for Horner to inspect. Horner shook his head in agreement. The picture of the young boy was bestial to a degree. His hair was uncombed, probably from lying on a hard bunk and being called out to have a mugshot taken. A turnkey led Jimmy into the room, then departed. Jimmy glanced around nervously. Sit down, kid. Nobody's going to hurt you here. We just want to hear what you got to say, that's all. Here, have a smoke. The detective called Al said and held out his pack. Jimmy took one of the cigarettes, then leaned back in his chair. Al's partner held up a folder. Well, Jimmy, he said, just start talking and tell us everything from the beginning. Hey, man, Jimmy said quickly. I want some kind of understanding, man. Are you guys going to give me a break if I turn over and be a state's witness? Break hell, Al said harshly, coming up from his chair. Boy, you're implicated in a murder. Now, you can talk if you want to, if you think it will help. We'll listen, but as far as a deal, get it out of your mind. We got your ass on murder, and we can try you on first degree if we want to. Al's partner took it up, coming in with the soft stuff to win Jimmy over. Now, Jimmy, what my partner says is true, but I'll promise you this, and I'm sticking my neck out when I say it. But if you talk, and what you say helps us to catch up with your partner, well, I'll personally try and get your charge reduced. By now, Jimmy was in a cold sweat. He hadn't expected it to go like it was going. He had been sure the officers would offer him a cop. Man,
If I talk and it ain't gonna help me, why what's the use of talking? He hesitated, then added, I ain't killed nobody, man. I mean that. The detectives glanced at each other, then Al's partner took it up. Well, Jimmy, I'll tell you this much. We got the murder weapon, and it's full of prints. Now, if your prints ain't on it, well, boy, you stand a good chance. A good chance of what, he didn't say. And Jimmy didn't bother to ask. The mention of the murder weapon showed him his way out. He knew he hadn't left any prints because he had never touched the gun. Jimmy started talking, and for the next hour he talked while the detectives just listened. When Jimmy first spoke of Chink, Fisher started to interrupt, but he respected his fellow officers too much for that. He decided to wait until they had finished questioning Jimmy. Then he could ask his questions. The interrogation went on for over 2 hours. Then the detectives prepared a statement and pushed it in front of Jimmy to sign. He signed without even bothering to see what he was putting his name to. He had put his confidence completely in the policeman. Whatever they did, he would have to go along with now. Al, when you finish, I'd like to ask him a few personal questions, Fisher said from the sideline. Al waved his head magnanimously. Go ahead, Fish. We got just about everything we'll need. If we find we forgot something, we'll know where to pick him up at. He laughed, as if he had really said something funny. Fisher walked up to the table and glanced down at the frightened man. Jimmy, you said that after Chink saw his woman on visiting day, he started bugging you to run away with him. Jimmy shook his head in agreement. That's right, man. Like I said, somebody had beat the shit out of her, and Chink wanted my help once we got free to help him handle these guys. Fisher's expression never changed as he stared down into the man's eyes. Then would you say that Chink would probably be afraid to go up against these guys by himself? The question caught Jimmy by surprise. As he closed his eyes and saw Chink, he couldn't imagine the man being afraid of anyone. Well, I don't know about that, man. To be truthful with you, I don't think Chink is afraid of anything or anybody, man. Well, why did you say Chink wanted your help once you two got free then? If he's not frightened, I don't see why in the fuck would he need your help, Fisher stated brutally, finally getting tired of the lies he knew Jimmy was telling. Listen, bro, Horner said, speaking for the first time since entering the tiny room. He stepped up to the small table that Jimmy sat in front of. We don't give a shit why you ran away or what happened, so don't bullshit us. All we're interested in is Chink. Now tell the fucking truth. You mentioned that Chink's woman had been beat up. Who did it? What does she look like, and where can we reach her? Jimmy glanced up at the colored detective. I don't know where she stays, man. All she did was give my wife a ride home. As far as what she looked like, she had a large bandage on one side of her face, but that's about all I can tell you, other than her name was Sandra. Oh, yeah, he added as an afterthought. I think she was busted on his case with him, but she didn't get any time out of it for some reason. A smile broke across Fisher's face. He patted his partner on the back. I believe we got something we can go on now, he stated happily. Who was it who was supposed to pick you guys up on the highway? Fisher asked suddenly. Jimmy shook his head. I don't know, man. Chink never would say, but I believe it was his woman, because he hadn't planned on running away until the day she came and visited him, all beat up. What kind of car was she driving? Al asked sharply. It was a Ford, but Chink said something about her getting another one, so I figured she was the one who was going to pick us up. Fisher turned to his partner. I believe we've gotten all we need from this punk. Let's go and check on women's division. From there we should be able to get a lead on this Sandra. Maybe she's on probation or something. Fisher raised his arm and waved at the other detectives. Thanks, Al. I think I got what I came for, and more. He led the way out of the tiny room. Jerry, while I'm at women's division, you run up to the probation department and check it out. I'll meet you back at our department as soon as you're finished, okay? Horner shook his head in agreement. Okay, Fisher, he replied, not mentioning what he really wanted to say.
which was that they had been on the case since midnight, and it seemed to him that they could turn the fucking case over to the day shift and take their asses home. But that wasn't Fisher's way of doing things. He'd run around like a chicken with its head cut off until he damn near dropped from fatigue. Chapter 11. After leaving Fred's house, Chink drove slowly as he planned his next move. He noticed the gas gauge and stopped and filled up the tank. When he pulled out of the gas station, he fell in behind all the morning traffic. The cars were bumper to bumper, so it took him a while to reach the east side. He searched out the address, driving down the street slowly until he came to the apartment building where Tree lived. He parked, got out, and studied the street carefully before going into the building. The steps were old and creaky, and it seemed as if the noise would wake everybody in the building. He grinned as he realized that the people who lived in the building were probably so used to hearing the steps cry out every time someone used them that it was a normal sound to them. He stopped on the second floor and started searching for the apartment number George had given him. He came to the apartment and stood outside, listening. He could hear sounds coming from inside. He leaned closer, putting his ear next to the door. He finally figured out that the sounds were made by children.
Who is it?
The question was asked by a woman. Chink hesitated briefly, then said, "It's Fred, honey. I'm looking for Tree." Suddenly the door was opened widely. Before the woman could close it, Chink had stepped inside. She stared at him coldly.
You ain't Fred,
she said. "I don't know what Fred you're talking about," Chink replied, "but my name is Fred." He glared at her, then asked harshly, "Where's Tree?" She seemed to make up her mind all at once.
He's in there,
she said, and pointed at the bedroom. At the same time, the bedroom door opened and Tree glanced out. He was still in his shorts. He stared angrily around until he saw Chink. Then he ducked back into the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. His sister stared at the action stupidly. Chink broke into a run and hit the door with his shoulder. The thin bedroom door burst open. Chink fumbled at his waist for the pistol as he fell into the room. Tree hadn't wasted any time. He had run straight back to his bed and snatched his own pistol out from under the pillow. One look at Chink and he had quickly realized why the man was there. He didn't know how the man had found him and didn't waste any time thinking about it. He came up with his pistol and fired wildly as Chink came tumbling into the room. His first shot hit the wall, but as Chink fumbled with his gun, Tree took his time and fired again. His second shot hit Chink in the stomach, and his third one hit the huge young man somewhere in his wide chest. Neither shot seemed to have any effect on Chink. It was as if he had been programmed to do something and nothing could stop him. Tree watched with horror as he raised the gun. He started to toss his own gun down and run, but there was nowhere to go but past the man in the doorway. Either that or jump out of the window, and neither idea seemed too good. Chink fired, and the shot took Tree between the eyes. He fell back as if he was clubbed by a giant blow. Chink fired again, then walked over to the fallen body and shot him in the back of the head. He bent down and picked up the pistol Tree had used. He stuck it in his waistband. As Chink started from the room, he stumbled once, then caught himself and made his way out, walking slowly. Tree's sister stood holding her hand to her mouth, her kids around her. Fear was something she had known many times before, but as she saw the expression on the big man's face as he came out of the bedroom, she felt a cold, numbing fear that seemed to chill her very bones. She couldn't move. She could only stare wildly and pray that the man wouldn't kill her and her children. Death was there in his face, but as she watched him make his slow way, she suddenly realized that if she stayed out of his way, he wouldn't bother them. She clutched the children closer and watched him leave. She stood that way, not bothering to go to the window to see how he left. She didn't want to know anything about the man who had walked in and killed her brother, and she was sure, without even looking in the bedroom, that Tree was dead. Something told her that the man who had just left wouldn't have left until after Tree was dead. Whatever Tree had done, he had done to the wrong man. Chink walked down the steps, slowly. He wanted to just lie down somewhere, but the picture of Sandra waiting on him came to his mind, and he continued on his way. He finally got down the steps, ignoring the people who came out of the apartments and stared at him. Before he reached the outside door, he remembered he still carried his gun in his hand. He stuffed the pistol down in his waistband next to the one he had stuck there earlier. The walk to the car was harder than anything he had ever attempted before. Coming down the steps, he had had something to hold on to, but trying to reach the car was another matter. There was nothing to balance himself with, and the pain in his stomach was exploding. He had never felt such a burning fire before. When he reached the car, he fell up against it. He pushed himself upright and managed to get the door open. Then he fell in and stretched out on the seat. Something in his mind warned him that this wouldn't do at all. He sat up and managed to start the motor. As he slipped the car in gear, he glanced at the people who had followed him out of the building. They stood around in a small group staring after him. He drove away slowly, fighting the steering wheel all the way. The drive back across town was a nightmare for him. Whenever he stopped for a red light, he almost passed out. The pain was something he had to cope with. Sandra. He called the name over and over again. Whenever he felt like quitting, he managed to call up an image of her. When Chink stopped for a light at 87th Street, he felt as if the end had come. The front seat of the car was soaked with blood, and his hands were coated with blood. He held his hand to his stomach, trying to push back the pain. If only his woman was there. The cars behind began to blow as the light had changed to green. He glanced up out of a fog of pain. He managed to push his foot down on the gas pedal and pull away from the light. Sandra paced the floor, back and forth. Ever since Chink had left, she had been worrying about him. Suppose he was hurt somewhere. He didn't have anyone he could turn to other than her. She made some coffee but didn't have any taste for it, so she poured it out. She started her pacing again, then glanced out the window and noticed the nosy old caretaker watering the lawn. He watched her staring out of the window, then raised his hand and waved. She didn't want to acknowledge it, but she knew she'd better. He was like an old woman, as she knew from the few times she had spoken to him. He always had some kind of gossip about the other people who lived in the building. The last thing she was interested in was what the other people did. If they left her alone, she sure in hell would leave them alone. He was just a nosy old man, she reasoned, with nothing else to fill an empty life other than an occasional glimpse into someone else's affairs. She turned away from the window in disgust. Glancing out wouldn't bring Chink home. When he finished what he had to do, he'd come home. At 91st Street, Chink knew he was finished. He couldn't go on. The fire inside him was too much. He sat at the wheel, holding his stomach with one hand. Sweat rolled off his brow. He could feel a tear rolling down his cheek. Now that's too much, he told himself. Here I am crying like a bitch instead of getting home to my woman. He caught the light and pulled off again. 1 block, 2 blocks, he counted them off in his mind. He caught himself driving crazy with the car going back and forth across the yellow line. He talked to himself, cursing his own weakness. Ain't nothing but a poop butt, he yelled out so that he could hear the sound of his voice. Again he called on his memory, and the flash of his woman appeared before him. She was waiting with open arms. He was convinced he was going to die, and he knew then that he couldn't die without seeing his woman again. Just one more time, Lord, he prayed, then wondered about calling on the Lord. It was something he had never done before. The lights began to play tricks on him. He couldn't tell the green lights from the red ones, and more than once he pulled out in front of oncoming traffic. Drivers slammed on their brakes and blew their horns angrily. He drove on, unaware of the confusion he left behind him. Finally, he reached his neighborhood, yet he was unaware of that too. It was more like an animal instinct that made him turn on his street. He almost passed the apartment building, but caught himself and pulled to the curb. The old man in front of the building watched him closely. Chink didn't even see the old man. The pain was becoming so unbearable that he only had room in his mind for one thought: to see Sandra before he died. He was like a hurt animal returning to his lair, searching for the place where he believed he could find peace. He tried to open the car door, but he found that his strength had deserted him. To have come so far and yet not be able to finish the trip. He leaned over, and one of his huge arms fell on the horn. The sound was especially loud on the quiet street. The blare of the horn went on, and Chink had passed out while lying on top of it. The sound of the blaring horn brought Sandra on the run. She noticed the old caretaker moving toward the car. Damn, she cursed to herself as she reached the bottom of the steps. In seconds, she was at the car door. She jerked it open and caught Chink's body as he fell out. "Hold on, honey," she murmured, putting her arm around him. "Chink, you got to wake up!" She yelled in his ear as she noticed the caretaker drawing near. "Chink! Chink!" She screamed at him. What to do? Where to go? She thought to herself. If I go upstairs with him, the goddamn caretaker is sure to call the police. "Move over, honey. Try and roll over," she said into his ear as she shoved at the heavy body. She knew at once that she couldn't go back up the steps. Before they could get up the steps, the police would be at the door. So she got in beside him, pushing as hard as she could. "Could you use some help?" The question came from the side of the car. Sandra glanced up and saw the caretaker staring in. She knew at once that the man had noticed the blood all over the front seat of the car. "No, I don't need any help. I've got to get him to the hospital. He's been in an accident," she said as she started the car up. She tried to move him over another inch so that she could drive. "You want me to go along with you to help you get him out?" the caretaker offered. "No, thank you," she said flatly, and pulled away from the curb. As she looked back in the mirror, she noticed him take a pencil out of his pocket and start to write. "The bastard took the license number," she said, not really speaking to Chink, but just speaking out loud. Sandra, don't let them take me alive, baby. I told you I couldn't stand spending the rest of my life in prison," Chink managed to say as he struggled to sit up. She glanced at him, thankful that he was still alive. "Don't worry, baby. I'll take care of you," she answered with more confidence than she felt. Chink reached over and patted her leg. Then he slumped down on the seat, holding his stomach. "Burns so," he muttered over and over. "It's finished, honey. It's all over. Anymore." She smiled and patted him on the cheek. "I knew it was, Daddy, when I saw you in the car," she answered. "Chink, I don't know where to go unless I go back to our old apartment. I still got the key, and the rent is still paid up." She glanced down at him to see if that was all right, but he was asleep. She felt under his shirt for his heartbeat, and her hand came from under his shirt full of blood. "Don't worry, Daddy. I'll take care of you," she murmured as she turned a corner. Sandra drove swiftly, cutting in and out of the traffic until she pulled up in front of their old apartment. She parked as close as she could get, then bent down and tried to wake Chink up. She knew it was impossible for her to get him up the steps without some kind of help. "Wake up, Daddy. I need your help. Just wake up long enough to help me get you up the steps. Then I'll take care of that wound." From somewhere in a deep fog, Chink heard Sandra's voice. He knew she was asking him to do something. What was it? Wake up. The words came over and over again. He fought to open his eyes. Slowly, he managed to sit up. A moan escaped from him, but he did sit up. "That's just great, Daddy," she said. Then she got out and went around the car. She opened the passenger door and grabbed one of his arms. She slowly pulled him from the car. She put his arm around her neck and started up the path. They made their way slowly. The steps were a little more difficult, but they managed to get up them. Sandra fumbled in her pocket and found the key. She opened the door and got Chink inside, and he slipped to the floor as soon as they entered. Chapter 12. Detectives Fisher and Horner walked out of Sammy's whiskey store dumbfounded. He had been sure the man would help them, but it had turned out to be just the opposite. Sammy hadn't given them any information about Sandra. The main thing he had said was that if she was in trouble, would the policeman please notify him so that he could come down and help the girl. "Maybe we got the wrong girl," Horner said as they got in the car. "From what the old guy says, this girl would be an angel, not one who would allow herself to get mixed up in any kind of murder." Fisher shook his head. "No, this is our girl, all right. She was arrested at school with Chink when he got busted for dope. She's no damn angel, you can bet on that. She's just a smart little bitch that's gotten in deeper than she probably wanted to." Horner pulled away from the curb. "Well, Fish," he asked, "where to from here?" "You checked with the probation department, Jerry. What was that address they gave you?" Fisher asked. Horner motioned to some paper on the seat. "It's written down on that top piece of paper, but I don't think it will do any good. The probation worker said that when she didn't report, he went by this address and the caretaker told him that he believed she had moved out. He'd seen her and another woman move some clothes out of the place." Fisher was silent for a moment. "Let's go by and check out this guy's wife. Jimmy said she got a ride home with Sandra, so just maybe she was the broad that helped her to move." Fisher gave him the address and sat back and relaxed. He was beginning to like working with the quiet colored man. The young guy didn't ask too many silly questions, and above all, he didn't talk too much. If there was one thing Fisher hated, it was being stuck with an officer who talked all the damn time. He hated it. In less than 10 minutes, Horner was parking in front of the address that Fisher had given him. The two men walked up the sidewalk together. School children walking past gave the two officers plenty of room. They knew policemen when they saw them. Shirley came to the door at once. She opened it wide. Both of the men noticed that she had been crying. "Won't you come in?" she said, and stepped back, allowing the men room to pass. "We'd like to ask a few questions," Fisher began as she followed them into the room. She motioned for them to sit on the couch. "You'll have to pardon me," she said quickly. "I've just gotten the news about Jimmy. I don't know what could have gotten into him. He didn't have any reason to run," she said flatly. "We talked to him this morning," Horner said quietly, "and it seems as if this friend of his, Chink, talked him into running." Shirley cursed angrily. "It must have been that way because he sure didn't have any reason to run. I don't see how he allowed someone to talk him into running, though." "I don't either," Fisher thought coldly. The bastard probably ran on his own, or either begged the other kid to take him along. When he spoke, it was altogether different from what he had been thinking. The only chance Jimmy has of clearing himself is for us to catch up with Chink. If we don't, Jimmy has this murder charge to ride out all by his lonesome, Fisher stated. For a minute, the men thought she was going to burst out crying, but she held back the flood of tears.
I don't know how I can help you, she said.
Where do you think they might have gone? Horner asked quickly.
Any kind of information you can give us to where they might have gone to hole up. They have to have an apartment somewhere.
Shirley hesitated, then said quietly,
I don't know if it will help or not, but I went with Sandra to their old apartment, where she picked up some clothes. Later on, we went over on 110th. She didn't know that I knew about it, but she asked an old man who was working outside where the manager was, and he pointed out the manager's apartment. She glanced around to see if they were listening, then continued. While she was inside, the old man came over to the car and asked me if we were going to rent one of the apartments. I didn't know at the time if she was or not, but I figured she was. She stayed inside the manager's apartment about 15 minutes and then came out. When she got back in the car, she tried to make me believe that she had stopped off to see a friend.
Fisher glanced over at his partner. Can you remember what the address was? He asked sharply.
Yes, she answered, shaking her head. It was simple to remember.
And she gave them the address.
But I don't know what apartment she took. In fact, I'm not even sure she took one, but I believe she did. I really do.
So do we, Fisher exclaimed quickly. Both men got up at the same time. We'll be checking with you, Fisher said as they started to go out. Shirley followed them to the door.
I hope you will do what you can to help Jimmy out,
she begged as the men prepared to leave. We'll do what we can, Fisher said over his shoulder, now in a hurry to get away from the woman with such misery in her eyes. Fisher got in and drove. The men were silent on the short trip, each man deep in his own thoughts. Horner wished the end would come quick so that he could get home, get some sleep. The call came over their radio about the killing of Tree.
Well, I'll be damned. I'll bet money it's got something to do with this case, Fisher stated as he speeded up.
You think we ought to swing by there and check it out first, Fish, or go on over to the address we got?
Nah, the body will wait or be down at the morgue, but Chink won't. He might be preparing to leave town now. If we can catch him at this address, we'll have the case busted wide open, Fisher replied. When they pulled up at the apartment building, there was a deputy sheriff's car already there. Since it was on 110th, it was out of the Los Angeles Police Department's jurisdiction. The two detectives got out and walked up the sidewalk. They met the single deputy coming down the walk. Fisher stopped and showed his badge to the deputy.
What's going on here? He inquired. I got a call to check out a man in a car who was supposed to be hurt, the deputy stated. It seems as if some guy pulled up in a car but was too hurt to get out. He blew his car horn and this dame came running out of that apartment. He pointed over his shoulder and got in the car and pulled off. The deputy pointed out the caretaker who was standing in the background watching everything. That old guy over there can fill you in. He's the one who made the call. Thanks, Fisher said, and led his partner over towards the caretaker. The old man was only too glad to talk. He told them about all the blood he had seen in the car. Horner walked back to the car and got the mugshot of Chink. He came back and stuck it under the old man's nose.
Just a minute, the old man said and reached in his pocket and got out his glasses. He took one look at the picture and said, That's him. That's the boy I seen. I don't think I could ever forget that face. No siree. I remember wondering to myself how such an ugly bastard ever got such a pretty woman. I mean, I don't know for sure if it's his girlfriend or not, but I ain't never seen her messing with no other man. It seems as if this is the first man I've ever really seen her with. He was driving her car. I know that for a fact, 'cause I seen her drive it too many times.
Fine. That's just fine, old-timer. You have really helped us out, Fisher said, making his getaway from the old man. He led the way back to the car and got in on the driver's side. After he started the motor, Horner asked, "You don't think we should check out the apartment, Fisher?" Fisher shrugged his shoulders. "I don't think it's really necessary this time, Jerry. We're more interested in putting our hands on this character Chink. I doubt seriously if there's anything we could find in the apartment that might put us on to them. If he's hurt, and hurt bad, from what the old man says, the girl is running scared. She has to find somewhere to take him. She didn't take him upstairs, probably because of her fear of the caretaker calling the police." He hesitated briefly, then continued. "Just maybe. She might have gone back to her mother's house. She might believe they would be safe there, and besides, she could get some help. You got her mother's address there?" Horner glanced through his papers. "Yeah, here it is." He quickly read off the address. Fisher made a turn on Western and headed for the address. In minutes he was there. Horner jumped out and led the way up the filthy steps, stepping over trash that people had been too lazy to carry to the alley. There was noise coming from the apartment. They stood outside the door listening. Fisher raised his fist and knocked. He had to knock again before there was an answer. "Who the hell is it?" a woman asked in a husky voice. "It's the police!" Fisher roared loudly. A sudden silence answered his reply. The door opened slightly. "What do you want here? Ain't nobody called no damn police. And if they did, we ain't been making that much motherfucking noise," the woman said belligerently as she opened the door the rest of the way. "I want to ask you a few questions about your daughter," Fisher stated as he stepped into the room. Bottles were everywhere, with drunks sitting in the chairs and on the couch. He knew at once that the couple he searched for wouldn't be there. "Well, I don't know anything about her or where she might be," the woman answered honestly. "I ain't seen her in over a month. She come by one day last month and left me a few dollars, but that's the last time I saw her. And that's the truth." As the woman talked, Horner walked around the living room. He opened the bedroom and glanced in. Nothing. He gave up and came back to where Fisher was. The two men glanced at each other. There was an understanding that didn't need words. Both men realized that they were wasting their time. Fisher removed a card from his pocket. "If you should see your daughter again, please get in touch with me. It will be for her best interests if you do," Fisher stated, realizing as he said it that the woman wouldn't pay any attention to him. "I sure will," she replied, lying through her teeth. "Don't even worry about it. If she shows up around here, why, I'll just make her wait until I get in touch with you, officer." "I know you will," Fisher said coldly as he started from the apartment. When they reached the hallway, he turned to Horner and spoke. "I can easily see why she left home at such an early age," he said quietly. "Sometimes when you see homes like that," Horner stated harshly, "you can't help but wonder why all the ghetto children don't turn out bad." "That's crap, Jerry. You came up in the ghetto. But you're not mixed up in some shit like this," Fisher said coldly. "I had parents that cared, Fish. They saw to it that I had everything they could give me. If it wasn't new clothes, it was love and attention. Can you imagine that fucking bitch back there giving her daughter the love and care she needed? Shit," he continued. "These kids we're looking for, both of them should be going to school. Instead, here they are out here in the streets, wanted for murder." For one of the few times in his life, Fisher was caught for words. He didn't know what to say. What Horner said was true, but pity was something they couldn't allow to come into their lives while working. Whatever the age of the suspect, murder had been committed, and they had a job to do. Chapter 13. Sandra washed the wounds carefully. and as she worked on them, Chink slipped into the peacefulness of sleep. He tossed and turned but didn't wake up. She worked faster now, but there was only so much she could do. She realized that if she wanted Chink to live, she'd have to have a doctor for him. But where could she possibly get a doctor? And she couldn't stop the bleeding. Bleeding from the wound in his chest had stopped, but the stomach wound wouldn't. After she had him cleaned up, she sat on the floor beside Chink's prone figure. He slowly opened his eyes. Sandra, he said, his voice sounding stronger as he talked. I ain't gonna make it, baby, he stated. She clutched his hand to her chest. Don't say such things, Chink. You'll make it, honey, if I can get a doctor for you. Chink shook his head. That's death, baby. I don't want no doctor, honey. I mean that. If you get one, it will cause too much trouble. I got you in enough trouble already. If a doc comes, you'd have to hold a gun on him and make him take the bullets out. And I don't think you could do it here. Now listen, baby. I don't plan on going to no hospital. 'Cause I don't want to end up spending the rest of my days in a prison. You hear, Sandra? I mean it, baby. I'd rather die than be locked up for the rest of my days, baby. I'm too young, honey. I couldn't adjust to prison life. I can't stand the bars. Damn near went crazy when I was locked up this time. The camp was all right, but not the county jail, honey. I mean it. I can't stand the bars. He dropped back to the floor, holding his stomach. Chink, she cried. You want me to get you on a bed, Daddy? Maybe it would be more comfortable, she said, crying all the time. He managed to shake his head. Baby, the floor is cool. I mean it. I slept on one all my life, damn near. So it's only right that I die on one. You ain't gonna die, Daddy! You just ain't! She screamed. He tried to smile at her. It ain't nothing we can do about it, Sandra. He reached up and rubbed her cheek. Baby, I wish you would leave. Ain't no way you can be really tied in with the killing, except that you picked me up on the highway, and there ain't no way for them to prove that unless you say something about it, he warned. Listen now, baby. When I'm gone, the police are gonna give you a hard time. But if you do like I say, you can come from under it. It might be hard on you for a while, but they'll have to get you loose, baby. What about you, honey? What about you, Chink? She asked, crying. Don't worry about me. My life is finished, honey. I ain't never gonna leave this apartment alive. I can feel it, baby. I mean it. I'm above and beyond the reach of the police now, honey. He answered her slowly. As he held her hand, he slipped back into the black recesses of unconsciousness. As she stared down at his silent form, she wondered if she could slip out and go for a doctor. She knew where a black doctor was. If she took a pistol along, she believed she could force him to come along. She had almost made up her mind to go when he regained consciousness. For a minute I thought you had left me, he said as soon as he was awake. Please don't leave me, Sandra. Please don't go for no reason. Not until after I'm gone. Will you promise me that, honey? Please. She stared down into his face. The tears running down her cheeks fell on his upturned face. She dropped her head down on his chest, crying silently. The sobs escaped from her slowly at first, but then became louder. He managed to raise his hand and stroke her hair. Don't cry, baby. Ain't nothing to cry about. Think about all the good things we had together. Don't think about the worst, just the good. I'm just glad to be here with you, Sandra. Ain't nothing promised us, but we do have these few minutes together. Help me to cherish them, honey. Don't waste them crying. She fought back the tears. I've got to be brave, she told herself over and over again. She raised her head and smiled down at him. I understand, Daddy. I really do. He grinned and tried to sit up. Don't do that, Daddy, she cautioned as she saw the look of pain dash across his face. Just relax. Don't strain yourself. She leaned down and kissed his cheek, then kissed him softly on the lips. Put something on the box, baby, he asked her quietly. She glanced away, not wanting to remind him that the men had taken the record player when they robbed her. She got up and went over and put on the small radio that they had left behind. She found a good station playing the latest in soul music and left it there. Chink didn't seem to notice the difference the radio made, or else he didn't mention it. Sandra glanced around for something to put under his head. Everything had been removed as far as the pillows and bedding. She balled her sweater up and put it under his head. Slowly she washed away the bleeding, which seemed to be flowing faster. Again, she had to fight back tears as she tried unsuccessfully to stop the flow of blood. What can I do? What can I do? Thought ran through her mind. Now that he had made her promise not to leave, her hands were tied. There was no way she could go for a doctor now without breaking her word to him. If she left and he awoke and found her gone, he might just die while she was gone. If that happened, she would never be able to forgive herself. She would have missed his last moments alive, and she had come to accept the fact that he was going to die. There was nothing she could do about it except stay beside him and make his passing as easy as possible. One thing she promised herself: she would never let them take him alive. No, that she couldn't allow. For him to wake up in a prison ward was something she wouldn't allow to happen. A thought flashed across her mind. Chink, suppose I take you to a doctor's office and hold a gun on him until after he's closed your wounds. Then, Daddy, we might have a chance. We got the car. All we need is a running chance. With your wounds took care of right, you wouldn't have to think about dying. Hey, baby, let's be for real. There would be nurses. Keep away from a phone. We'd need at least 2 good men with guns to hold off everybody. Chink reached up for her and she slipped down beside him. I can dig where you're coming from. It just won't work. Why have my precious time wasted in a fruitless shootout, baby, when I can spend it so nicely with you? He kissed her, a tender kiss that expressed all his love. Slowly he wiped the tears from her eyes. Honey, Sandra began, I was only thinking about tomorrow. If we could get you together, Daddy, I believe we could make it. She felt in her heart that it was true. She decided to try again. Nothing imagined could be too wild. Honey, I even believe that we could rip off a plane and go to Cuba or something. But don't give up on me. I'll go down with you all the way, Daddy. I mean it. I don't care what we have to do. Just tell me what, and I'll go along with the program. What could he say? How could you tell a woman that you love that the program is over? He'd never make it to the airport, and then she'd be alone. What good would he be if something started? and he couldn't even stand up alone.
Sandra, listen, honey, he began. There ain't never been no doubt in my mind about whether or not you would go along with the program. You've been doing that ever since you became my woman. It ain't about that, baby. I wish it was some way I could make you understand. Nothing in this world could make me any happier than I am right now, holding you in my arms.
He started to cough, and Sandra sat up. Chink, can I get you something? Maybe some water or something? She stared at him anxiously. He managed to control the coughing.
Can you get me anything?
He rubbed her arm slowly.
Yes, if I could. There would be time enough for me to spend another night in your arms. If you could give me that, Sandra. If I make it up until tonight, let me sleep in your arms.
She grinned and got up. She reached down and tried to raise him. It's night now, honey. Let me put you to bed. He caught on to her meaning and struggled to rise. As the pain flooded through him, he thought about holding her again in a lover's embrace. Somehow she managed to get him on his feet. With all his weight across her shoulders, she dragged him to the bedroom. Slowly she undressed him, taking each piece off slowly so that it wouldn't hurt him.
Darling, you'd make a beggar's dream come true,
he said tenderly from the bed. He lay back and drifted off into the foggish world of fever. He tossed and turned, moaning out. He imagined himself in the rear of the pool room where he had grown up. He was trying to sleep, but it was cold. The floor under him didn't seem to have any heat to it. He remembered slipping into the kitchen and trying to turn on the kitchen stove. Being too young to know how to light a fire, he had just turned on the knobs like he saw his father do. Then he had stretched out on the floor next to the stove. In what seemed like minutes, he remembered the light feeling that came to his head. He was about to slip off into sleep when he heard his father curse, then come running into the kitchen. The old man had slapped his face, then took him outside where he was made to walk and walk. He could still remember the biting cold that set in once he was awake, and his father's drunken ignorance. His father walked him until early daylight, and he remembered that he prayed that he would never get that cold again. Now he could feel the cold setting in.
Sandra,
Sandra, he called out. Suddenly he felt something cold on his head, and he tried to brush it away. Take it easy, Daddy. Take it easy, she cautioned as she continued to wipe the sweat off his brow.
Please, honey, please. The cold. I'm so cold. Take it away, please, he begged.
Quickly, Sandra removed the face cloth. Then she took off all of her clothes except her panties and bra. She slipped under the cover next to him and wrapped her arm. The wound didn't disturb her, even though she could feel the warm blood on her stomach. She only gripped him tighter. Is that any better? She asked, praying that her body brought him the warmth he sought.
The cold is better, honey,
he replied, holding her even closer. They lay like that, giving comfort to each other as the day began to slip away. From her he drew strength, and from him, she drew faith. Chapter 14. Horner wiped the back of his eyes with his hands. If they didn't quit soon, he'd fall asleep in the goddamn car, he believed. He glanced at his partner, who was sipping a cup of hot coffee. They had finally stopped for lunch. Horner folded up the cup and the napkin his hamburger had come in. Food wasn't what he'd wanted, but food was what he'd got. "I got one more idea I'd like to see out, Jerry, before we go in," Fisher stated as he finished with his food. "What's that?" Horner asked, not too interested in what his partner had in mind. It had been too many hours without a stop, and now all he could see were red spots in front of his eyes. "That apartment Jim's wife told us about. You know, the one she said Sandra picked up the clothes at. I'd like to check that one out before we call it a day," Fisher answered as he glanced up at his partner. He knew the young man was tired, but they were too close to ending it. He could feel it. The case was about to bust open. Horner didn't feel like that at all. He believed the case could go on for days or weeks. It depended on how well the girl hid out. If she had found an apartment that they couldn't locate, it was good and possible. From all of her actions, she seemed to be smart. As if he had read Horner's mind, Fisher spoke up. "The way I see it, she didn't have time to find another apartment. Either she's jammed up in a motel, or she's gone back to one of her old places. There's nothing else she could do. With a wounded man, she hasn't too many chances." "You're right about that," Horner agreed reluctantly. "But if she's in a motel, the only chance we have is someone picking up the license number on the car. You've got all the patrol cars checking out all the close motels, so it's just a matter of time. But if by chance she's got a friend with a house, we're in trouble. It might be a week or more before this case breaks." "Yeah, I know all that," Fisher answered harshly. "But I just don't think it's going to go like that. No. They're young kids, and I don't think they know many people like that. Plus, the fact that he's wounded. That's the big issue here. With him bleeding like hell, she has to be real damn careful where she takes him. You can bet on that part of it. As much as this girl cares about him, she's not going to take too many chances." "I was thinking about what that guy's sister told us," Horner began. "If her brother hadn't stuck this girl up, I doubt if any of this crap would have happened. I guess that guy Chink must have blown his top when he saw his woman all beat to hell and back." Fisher nodded his head as he started the motor and pulled out of the drive-in restaurant. "Yeah, I think from his actions he must have cared quite a bit for the girl. He killed everybody involved, as far as I can see." As the men drove back across town, they talked the case over. They had just about put it completely together. "The more I think about it, the surer I am that she doubled back to the apartment that she moved out of," Fisher said, nodding his head as he spoke. And the more he talked about it, the more sure Horner became. He began to get the feeling that overcame him whenever he felt himself closing in on his prey. "It fits the picture all right," he stated. Sandra finally got Chink to fall asleep peacefully. She waited until she was sure he was sound asleep before she got up. She slipped on her pants, then went into the kitchen to see if she could find something for them to eat. She prayed that she wouldn't have to go out to the store. She searched and found some cold lunch meat and a bottle of pop. It would have to do. She fixed 2 sandwiches, but common sense told her Chink wouldn't be able to eat his. How nice it would be if they were on the highway, maybe going to New York or someplace. She sat down and ate her sandwich while she daydreamed. When she finished eating, she got up and glanced out the window. Sandra froze in her tracks as she watched the white man with his colored partner get out of their car. Cop was written all over them. As she watched them, they walked over to Sandra's car and opened the door. The 2 men talked amongst themselves for a few moments, unaware that the young girl upstairs in the window never took her eyes off them. "Well, Jerry, Fisher said. Looks like we found what we came after. Yep, Horner replied. There's no doubt about it now. They're holed up here all right. You think we should call for help? I don't think we'll need it, Jerry. The guy's been wounded, so the girl shouldn't give us too much trouble. She might be even glad to see us. That way, she can get her man to the hospital. Horner shrugged. He was thinking about the string of dead bodies that had led them down the couple's trail. If you say so, Fish, but I'd feel a lot better off with a little more help, he said honestly. Okay then, Fisher replied. If you feel that way, go on and call in. It won't take but a few minutes before we'll have more than enough reinforcements. For a brief second, Horner felt ashamed, but then the vivid recollection of the last dead body came to him. He walked back to their car and called in. When he finished, he joined his partner on the sidewalk. Fisher wasn't going to wait for help. Hell, man, if you feel too frightened, Jerry, I'll take care of it myself, he said as he went up the steps. Before they had reached the stairway, Sandra had wheeled around and run into the bedroom. She glanced around wildly, looking for the pistol she had laid down. Snatching up one, she ran back to the window. She waited until they were on the stairs, then broke the glass with the barrel. She quickly raised the gun and squeezed off a shot. The sound of the breaking glass had been all the warning the two detectives needed, though. Both men had jumped over the railing, back down to the ground at the sound of the glass breaking. The shots had only given speed to their move. Jerry Horner wiped the sweat from his brow. He glanced over at his partner. Hey, Fish, he called out with a smile. I ain't seen you move that fast in I don't know how long. Fisher had to smile back at his partner. Both men had moved so quickly that there hadn't been time for any kind of warning between them. Yeah, it goes like that at times. I wonder who's handling that pistol up there, Fisher said, stroking his chin. Horner only shook his head. I don't know, but it seems as if they don't intend to give up easy. I'll tell you what I want you to do for me, Jerry, Fisher began. I need a screen so that I can make it up those steps. So when I count to 3, you pump a few shots into that window so that whoever is standing there will have to duck back. That will give me all the time I need to make it up the stairs. Before the men could go into action, a patrol car pulled up. Wait a minute, Fish, Horner called out. Wait until them boys get over here. Then we can both run up the stairs together. The sound of 3 fast shots came to the waiting men. The patrolmen ducked back down behind their car. Better yell out to them so they'll know what to do. It looks like our help is pinned down, Fisher stated. Slip around that way, he said, pointing out where a garage was built under the apartment building. Go through there and give them their instructions, and I'll wait until you get back. Upstairs, Sandra stared at the gun in her hands. She didn't want to accept the truth, but she was out of bullets. She tossed the gun down and walked into the kitchen. And sat down on it beside Chink. The noise of the shooting had awakened him, and his eyes were bright as he stared at her. Hey, honey. The man done found us already, huh? He asked as he tried to hold her hand. Yeah, Daddy. They're outside, she answered honestly as she tried to hold back the tears. I only wish that it hadn't went like this, Sandra. There was so much we could have did together. She only shook her head. What was there to say? In a few minutes, the police would be inside the apartment. It was finished. All over. Sandra picked up his hand and kissed it. Honey, remember how peaceful it was the day we first walked home from school? The birds were singing, the sun was hot on our back, and you were so bashful. Chink smiled up at her. I remember that. And much more, honey. I remember every time we were together. It's something that nobody can take from us. You'll always Have your memories, Sandra. Keep them and think about me sometime. The tears flowed down her cheeks unchecked. How can I ever forget you, Chink? She leaned over and kissed him. You've given me the happiest times of my life, Daddy. I'll never be able to get you out of my mind. Never. He smiled at her tenderly. Remember your promise, honey. You ain't gonna let them take me out of here alive, baby. I don't want to die in no prison. Because if they get me to a hospital, they gonna do their damnedest to keep me living. The sound of breaking glass came to them as the police shot out the front window. Under the hail of bullets, Fisher and Horner ran up the steps. Both men hugged the side of the building, breathing hard. Damn, I'm getting out of shape, Fisher said, breathing hard. Horner glanced over at his partner and grinned. He knew how the older man felt running up those steps. Expecting to be shot at was something he could do without. The men inched up to the door and then stood on each side of it. Fisher raised his pistol and shot the lock off. Then Horner raised his foot and kicked the door in. And as soon as it flew open, both men jumped into the apartment, each hitting the floor on a different side of the door. They glanced around the living room in astonishment. Then Horner pointed out the empty gun on the floor. Fisher crawled over to the gun and picked it up. He broke the gun open, then showed it to his partner so that Horner could see that the gun was empty. Both men glanced at the closed bedroom door. Sandra knew that the policemen were in the living room. She glanced down at Chink. She could see the fear in his eyes as he stared up into her face. She leaned down and kissed him, and as she held him close, he tried to put his arms around her. But it took too much of his strength. He dropped his arms back on the bed. When Sandra finished kissing him, she raised up suddenly. The knife she kept concealed in her pants outfit flashed once in the afternoon sunlight as she brought it down quickly. She struck him in the chest, then pulled the knife out and struck again, and he closed his eyes. You don't ever have to worry about them locking you up no more, Daddy, she said quietly, and let the knife drop from her hand. She leaned over and began to sob, and when the bedroom door flew open, she didn't even bother to glance up. The two officers entered the room cautiously. They watched the couple on the bed warily. The sight was one that neither man would ever forget. Sandra neither glanced up at the men nor acknowledged them. She continued to lie at the side of her man, crying deep sobs that seemed to come from the bottom of her soul. From where they stood, they couldn't tell if she was hurt or not. Her arms and the white blouse she wore were saturated with blood. Don't worry, baby, they heard her say in a husky whisper. You're free now, honey. They'll never lock you up again. As they moved nearer the bed, Fisher noticed her hand fumbling around in the bed sheets. It was the only warning they had. She moved so fast that she almost caught them unaware. Her hand came up, clutching the knife she had used. Blood still dripped from the blade. There was a blur of motion as she attempted to drive the dripping blade into her own frail chest. But Fisher moved fast. He grabbed her from behind as his partner watched in surprise. There was a brief struggle before he could take the knife from her. Then all at once, she crumpled up and fell on the side of the bed next to her lover. Though tears ran down her cheeks, there was no sound. Her grief was hers, and hers alone. Whether she was tried for his death or not didn't make any difference to her now. All that mattered was that her man was free. He was free at last.
This concludes the reading of Black Girl Lost by Donald Goines. Copyright 1973. 2001 by Donald Goines. This book was read by Bonnie Turpin. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Kensington Publishing Corporation and was produced in 2014 by Blackstone Audio, Inc., which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Lay down. Lay down. What the fuck? Damn. you.